Yeah, I think Duke costs a lot of people money.
Cost me money. I got no shot now. I'll take it. Anytime Duke can choke like that in front of a national audience, I'm for it.
Hey, Bob Clark. How you been?
One of the best ever sports weekends. Ambient, do explain to me why that weekend was one of the best ever sports weekends. National Beer Day.
Uh-oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Monday of April after a terrific little sports weekend that isn't done yet. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, how are you? How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. It was interesting, to say the least. My wife, and we got a lot of sports to get to. I know we'll get there. But my wife threw a party on Saturday for my daughter's gymnastics team. They've done very well. They all qualified for states. That's next weekend. So before they have their big competition, my wife threw a celebratory party for the girls.
Okay.
Which meant I had to cook everything for everyone.
Right.
And it was interesting because none of the dads showed up, but I didn't expect any of the dads to show up. Although I think the dads would have had a good time if they would have shown up. But it was all the moms and their daughters and the two coaches of the team and me. So I was the only male there. And I made the decision, with the party starting at around 1, that when the moms all came in and my wife offered them all something, would you like something to drink? I've got Prosecco, I've got wine, I've got water. No one chose wine or Prosecco. They all chose water. It was at that moment that I went right to the garage and started cracking Miller Lights. And throughout the party, could not drink them fast enough. So as they're all doing their thing, I'm knocking down Miller Lights, watching a little golf. Had a couple of things on the television, let all the ladies do their thing, and got them all out of the house in time for a nice nap before Florida Auburn.
Oh, nice. I was going to say, I didn't know if you had the clock, going somewhere where they're like, what's that? And you're like, oh, that's countdown to the Final Four. You guys, have a good time and what have you until that thing gets less than an hour. And you got to start thinking about, what you're doing for dinner.
Right. Leaving.
Mm-hmm.
No, so it was worked out great. They all got out of the house. I had everything cleaned up. I got my nap, and I got ready for what was a terrific Saturday evening and night.
It was something. First off, that Florida Auburn game was good. That was entertaining. And at the beginning, especially, it was high quality. It was like, oh, wow. Okay. And then Auburn's taking it to them. Got a nice lead at the half. And you're like, okay. All right, Gators. And apparently all Todd Golden did was curse at him at halftime. There was no dramatic X and O adjustment. He basically just said, they want it more than you, biggest game of your life, and just challenged them. And they played a lot harder, a lot tougher. And I thought they wore him down. I thought Florida was deeper, and I thought Auburn's front court especially, which was doing all the damage, Mark. I thought Florida wore them down kind of the way they wore Maryland down. That they just, in the second half, once they had that 11-0 run and caught them, even though Auburn, would take a 1 or 2 point lead, what have you, I thought once Florida caught them, I go, Gators are going to win this.
The way that they started the second half, the energy that they brought to change the dynamic of the game, because you're right. Auburn, we don't deal a lot in momentum on this show. It's not a big word on our show. We've been chastised over the years by one Gary Danielson when it comes to momentum and the reasons why we don't believe in it. But Auburn had everything going their way in the first half. Shots were going in, bounces were going their way, and a lot of it, I think, had to do with what you just talked about. They were working harder for the ball than Florida was. They were getting to the loose balls. Whether it's, basketball or hockey, two sports we get into this time of year, 50-50 balls, 50-50 pucks are won not by momentum, but by will. And Florida started winning all of the battles for the loose balls. They started getting the steals. They started forcing the action early in the second half and changed the way the game was played.
Well, and I was thinking about when we had Tim Dunaway on last week, and he covers Alabama and Auburn, and he just said, Auburn's got to win inside. If it's another stalemate inside, Florida's going to win. And Auburn's got to win inside. Well, I thought they were taking them to inside in the first half, not in the second half. Not at all. And by the way, it ended up being Gators +9 on the glass. +9 on the glass. Wow. And Florida is something, Mark. I mean, Florida got this done while turning it over 16 times. There are still, you look at Florida and you go, man, you guys haven't played a complete game yet. I mean, in fact, I don't know how many times you've played 30 minutes in this tournament the way you're capable of. But man, oh man, your A game is really good. In fact, it's the best. I mean, I think we'd all agree with that, right? I mean, Houston plays their A game, Florida plays their A game, Florida wins.
I think so. and we'll get to that game more in a moment. Houston's what they're great at,
is making sure
you don't play your A game.
Hell, they're so good at it. I don't know if you're capable of playing your B game. I mean, really. Houston just beat Duke when the game was over. How would you grade Houston's performance overall? C? C plus?
B minus?
I mean, last few minutes was really good, but man. I mean, down 15 with 8:15 to go. I mean, it's not like the first 32 minutes were going all that well.
No, I mean, how many of you, because I know I didn't do it, how many of you, because the game started so late, when it was a 15-point game, and it was about 11:30 at that point, 11:20, somewhere in that neighborhood, went, this thing's over, I'm going to bed. Because I know I thought it. And I went for a little walk around the kitchen and sat back down and said, all right, I think I can make it.
One thing to keep in mind, the difference between college and pro ball is in pro ball, you can call timeout and inbound the ball from midcourt. Can't do that in college. You call timeout, you got to inbound it from the baseline. And you got to get it over midcourt. And it's why comebacks like this can happen in college, I think. If these were NBA rules, Mark, and Duke had that 6-point lead in the final minute, Duke, I think, successfully gets the ball in bounds. And unless they miss all their free throws, which for a terrific free throw shooting team who had a really good night at the line, they didn't in money time. They did not in money time. They missed a couple of big ones late. And I like the college rule for that reason. I wish it was 4 10-minute quarters. That's the only change I would make to the college game. But I love the fact that you get to press 94 feet and trap and the whole 10-second thing to get it over midcourt. I love it. It's why this stuff can happen. It doesn't happen often, particularly in a Final Four. You got to go over 25 years, late 90s. I think it was Stanford in a region final against Rhode Island. Was like 9 down with a minute to play and did the whole press and trap and foul key guys, etc. And Mark, I don't know about you, but Saturday morning, I literally stumbled upon Survive and Advance. And even though I had seen it a few other times, there's nothing else on, what the heck? And it was remarkable how many turnovers, key missed free throws, the whole deal that NC State had during that run. And then the Houston-Duke game plays itself out. And it's like, I'll be damned.
And of all things, to really be the demise of Duke at the end, despite the turnovers, the missed free throws, and all of the things that happen, the call goes against Duke. And not just against Duke. The call goes against Cooper Flagg. I did not think it was a great call.
No, I didn't either.
I thought it was a very shaky call. But as a buddy of mine texted me, that's years of karma coming back and biting Duke for all of the calls they seemingly have received over the years.
And in that game, remember, with a little over 2 minutes to go, Duke kicked a ball out of bounds, and they ruled it off a Houston player, and Houston lost a possession. I mean, Duke did get a break from the officials while they were falling apart down the stretch. But yes, that's the call that we'll all remember. Here's the other thing, though, Mark. Duke's 69% free throw shooter missed his free throw. Houston's 62% free throw hit both of his.
No doubt. No doubt. Duke teams typically don't miss free throws coming down the stretch. And they did in that game. Duke teams you don't think of as panicking. They panicked down the stretch.
And Houston,
the young Duke team against the veteran Houston team and the veteran Cougars were able to make the plays in the game's final minute. Remarkable.
Also, Duke hadn't played a lot of close games.
Nope. We talked about that a lot on Friday.
That the weakness of the ACC, never mind in the tournament, they hadn't really played a super close game. And
they didn't play a close game against Houston. Just a few minutes or so, it seemed.
Also, down the stretch, Houston missed 4 shots. Duke didn't get a single rebound in the final 3 minutes of the game. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
For over
Moulton.
50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Florida, Houston tonight for the Natty. Connecticut women. It had been 9 years, by the way, since Gino and the gang had cut down the nets. But they were dominant and winning their 12th national championship late yesterday. But Mark, yesterday's big story was hockey. And he did it. Alex Ovechkin, in the exact same number of games that Wayne Gretzky played in his legendary NHL career, passed him on the all-time goal-scoring list with a goal that was very fitting that he score.
On the power play from the off wing, not necessarily in Ovechkin's office, which is the one-timer on the half wall, but as he was opening the door to his office, so to speak, he let a hard wrister go from the top of the circle, beating the goaltender and setting the all-time goal-scoring record.
895 goals. I mean, who cares about the result of the game? A nice ceremony. Gretzky, Bettman made sure to get out of the way quickly. It is funny how he gets booed everywhere.
Everywhere. And I'm not a huge Bettman supporter, but it's hard to look at Gary Bettman's tenure in the NHL, although that was ugly early, by the end of it, and not say he's helped the growth of the sport. I think it's impossible, actually.
But
we boo commissioners. That's what we like to do.
Bettman turned around because right after they announced Gary Bettman, they announced Wayne Gretzky, which got a huge roar. And Bettman stopped, turned, and said, "Thank God you're here." You could read his lips. But Ovechkin scored 2 Friday night to tie the record and had a chance, but said to his head coach, "I do not want the record breaker to be an empty netter." And the Caps had rallied. Ovechkin's second goal helped them rally, and they took a 1-goal lead late. And he said to his coach, "Nope, can't have it be an empty netter. Be nice to get it at home, but we can't do it that way."
What I find great about sports is the connection that we all have to it. Yesterday, I got a text from a childhood friend who I had not heard from in a few years. And he just simply said, "Did you ever think you'd see Gretzky's record broken?" And we ended up having, a 10-minute text conversation. And he's the furthest thing from a hockey guy. Of all my childhood friends, he liked hockey the least. And yet, what was he doing yesterday? Watching Alex Ovechkin. It's amazing to me how sports always seems to bring people together all the time. And I texted another guy in the moment about that, and he wasn't watching, and I got an awe blank. I missed it of thinking about that because the game was at 12:30 yesterday. So if you had a life and were doing anything on the Sunday,
Right,
you may have missed it. For those of us that don't have lives, well, we were in front of the television watching Alex Ovechkin yesterday.
In fact, I was watching the 1-hour special that ESPN had on Ovechkin from 11 to noon before flipping over to Turner's coverage. The symmetry, mentioned it was the exact same number of games, 1,487, that Gretzky scored his 894 goals. And in Ovechkin's 1,487th game, he scored his 895th. Here's another little, symmetry, if you will. Ovechkin obviously broke the record on April 6th. 21 years earlier, on April 6, 2004, the Capitals won the draft lottery and the rights to draft Alex Ovechkin.
But I love that it was 31 years between Howe and Gretzky, 31 years between Gretzky and Ovechkin. And I love the fact that Gretzky had a Gordie Howe pin on his lapel.
Yes. I also got to give the Islanders some credit. We talked about this on Friday, that one of the things we don't have anymore in sports and in concerts are physical tickets. The Islanders made sure that if you wanted, you could get a physical ticket to this game. Okay, that, something with the barcode, and you could use it, and then that would give you, once you got into the arena, that would print out a physical ticket for you. So everybody who went to the game yesterday, if they wanted a souvenir ticket stub, they got it.
If you're under the age of 30 and don't know what a physical ticket stub is, text 21,000. I'll explain during the break. The thing that impressed me most that no one else, I'm sure, thought of, and maybe you did, David, because you think of weird things too, but as they're passing the microphone around and Bettman speaks and Gretzky speaks, and then they finally give the microphone to Alex Ovechkin. I'm on my couch alone watching this going, I got $1,000 as an F-bomb comes out of his mouth. The fact that Ovechkin, who obviously English is his second language, and for most Russian players, having worked in the hockey business for quite a while, one of the very first words that they learn in the English language is the F-bomb. And the fact that Ovechkin had the microphone for 4 or 5 minutes, maybe not even that, 2-3 minutes, because he was pretty brief in his words, that he did not let one fly, I was very impressed, because I thought for sure that we were going to get one. Thought for sure it was going to happen.
Was impressed with the Islander crowd too. Okay. I mean, I'm sure it would have been louder if it was in DC, but let me tell you, okay, they were chanting his name from the beginning. Hell, he almost scored on the first shift with a great deflection. All right. That nearly, got by. And when he scored and the place roared and they're chanting OV, OV, and sure, there were a lot of Caps fans who made their way into the barn, but still, I thought it was a really great day for hockey.
Absolutely. And that's actually one, David, usually, games are in prime time. I think it may have helped the sport a little bit, the game being on at 12:30, because it then took over the day. That was the sports story of the day. Despite UConn winning the Natty and pounding South Carolina a little bit later, the sports story of the day was Alexander Ovechkin breaking Wayne Gretzky's record.
At about 2:00. And I agree with you. I will say, it does make you think about some of the other all-time records. And do you believe that they will ever be broken? Like, do you believe someone will hit more than 762 home runs and pass Bonds? Do you believe that someone will rush for more yards than Emmitt Smith? Do you believe that someone will throw more touchdown passes than Tom Brady? 649 is Tom Brady's touchdown pass record. Aaron Rodgers is 146 behind it. Matthew Stafford is 272 touchdowns behind Brady. And Russell Wilson is nearly 300. That's just the active players. Patrick Mahomes is 404 touchdowns behind Tom Brady. And he's turning 30 this offseason. 404 touchdowns behind Brady.
Well, I just kind of focused on hockey yesterday, and we'll get to more of these records coming up. The starting five is next, Miller and Moulton.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We just blew through that break. That was on me. I looked up. I went, whoa, time to go.
Well, we've had one already. Okay, music. That would be 0, EB.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. By the way, our guest list, it's a good one. It starts at the top of the hour. Shaun Bijani from 610 Sports Radio in Houston will get the Cougars' perspective on tonight's matchup with the Gators coming up at the top of the hour. 1 hour from now, he used to be known as the Puck Daddy. Greg Wyshynski covers the NHL for ESPN and ESPN.com. He'll join us about Ovechkin setting the all-time record. And Kevin Brockway will join us from San Antonio, who covers the Gators, and we'll get their perspective as Florida goes for Natty number 3. They got a nice little Final Four thing going. They made the Final Four in the 90s, in the 2000s. They made it once in the 20-teens. And now they got this one in the 2020s. So that's 4 straight decades the Gators have made the Final Four.
Impressive. We've said it all along. It's a basketball conference, everybody, and Florida's a basketball school.
Kevin Brockway in a little more than an hour to talk about Florida and Houston. But right now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
2 goals Friday night against Chicago tied Wayne Gretzky for the all-time record. And then in the second period on the power play, Alex Ovechkin with a lethal wrister. 7:26 into the second period on the power play. The Caps' only goal, but that's all anybody cared to see. Number 895, passing Gretzky in the exact same number of games that Gretzky had played in. He's got a year left on his contract. He turns 40 during the offseason. Alex Ovechkin, the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history.
You were talking about records, David. I quickly was looking yesterday at the active goal scorer leaders. And obviously Ovechkin's active. He's on top of the list. He's on top of everybody. But Austin Matthews is the guy who is kind of on pace, if you will. He's in his 9th season. He's about to score 400 goals. As long as he can continue that pace for another 9 years, he still won't get there.
So if he keeps that pace up for another 9 years, he'll be around 800 goals.
Right.
We figure Ovechkin tack on another couple this year. He's good for 30 plus at the very least. That'll get him to 930. Never mind if he wants to play. Come on, let's face it. If Ovechkin wants to play, the Caps are going to have to keep offering him contracts. So, yeah, there you have it. That's in NHL circles. A few games of note yesterday. The Panthers have lost 5 in a row. And not only are they basically out of it to win the division, they're only 2 points ahead of Ottawa to avoid slipping back into a wild card spot. Now, we could argue whether or not that would actually be to their advantage. Because right now, the Panthers would open up with the Lightning in the first round of the playoffs. If they drop back and flip spots with Ottawa, they'd open up with the Leafs. Ottawa beat Columbus 4-0 yesterday. They're 2 points behind the Panthers. Montreal beat Nashville 2-1. Les Habitants now have a 6-point lead with either 5 or 6 games left, depending on the team that is chasing them. Detroit and the Rangers are both 6 points back. They both have a game in hand. Tonight, by the way, the Lightning, who were in attendance as a team to watch Ovechkin break the record yesterday because, well, they were in New York getting ready to play the Rangers tonight. But the Lightning as a team took in Ovechkin breaking the record on Long Island. College basketball yesterday. UConn dominant in winning their 12th national title under Gino Auriemma. They led South Carolina by 10 at the half, by 20 after 3, and had a 32-point lead with 4 minutes to go. They won by 23, 82-59, and that's with South Carolina scoring the final 11 points of the game. Their first title, by the way, since 2016, Auriemma 12-1 when playing for the Natty. UConn has made 16 of the last 17 Final Fours, and they beat 3 number 1 seeds along the way this year. The men's Natty is tonight. They'll tip it off a half hour earlier than they had been. 8:50 is the tip for Florida in Houston. Florida just a 1.5-point favorite over the Cougars, over under of 140.5. I actually like the over tonight. And I like it because I think Houston's going to score a lot of points on the offensive glass, and their point total is going to be a little bit higher than people expect. I think the game's in the 70s.
That's advantage Florida to me.
I agree. Houston had nearly as many offensive rebounds as Duke had defensive rebounds in the upset win Saturday night. Number 3 is golf. The week before the Masters, the PGA Tour was in San Antonio, same place as the Final Four for the Valero Texas Open. Brian Harmon, who hadn't won since he won the Open Championship 2 years ago. Tough conditions over the weekend, but he won by 3. LIV was at Trump's Doral course in Miami. Mark Leishman with a terrific final round to win by 1 over Charles Schwartzel and Sergio Garcia. Phil Mickelson finished 6th, and that was with a horrendous break where he chipped and hit the base of the flag, and the ball caromed dead to the right off the green and into a pond. It was a 2 or 3 shot bad break. Might have finished top 3 if not for the bad break. LPGA, Madeline Sagstrom won the match play, her first win in 5 years, beating American Lauren Coughlin 1-up in the final. Baseball, Marlins and Braves got rained out yesterday, so they only played a 2-game series, which they split. Mark, the Rays, just like that, have lost 4 in a row. They went to Texas, and the Rangers swept them 4-3. Rangers have won 5 straight. Phils and Dodgers. Could it be an NLCS preview? Phils took 2 of 3, beating LA 8-7. Padres avoided the sweep by the same score against the Cubs, 8-7. San Diego is 8-2 and in 3rd place in the NL West. I mean, it's only by half a game, but it's because the Dodgers are 9-2 and the Giants are 8-1. They just swept Seattle. Wilmer Flores, who already has 4 homers, had the game-winning hit in the 9th. Giants 5-4 over the Mariners. Mets swept Toronto 2-1, but the good news for the Jays is there are many reports indicating that they signed Vladimir Guerrero Jr. long-term. All it took was 14 years and $500 million. The 26-year-old, who's made 4 All-Star teams, by the way, is yet to homer this year.
Well, on the field, I'd call that contract a home run.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did pretty well there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just under 36 a year, by the way, for 14 years. Mm-hmm.
But he kept pressuring Toronto, talking about wanting to be a free agent, and Toronto just kept throwing more money at him until he decided he would stay north of the border. Good for Toronto, good for him.
No opt-outs or anything, by the way. The Red Sox swept the Cardinals in a doubleheader, 5-4 and 18-7. Angels beat the Guardians 6-2. Cleveland's off to a 3-6 start. Colorado picked up just their second win of the year, beating the A's 12-5. Kansas City beat Baltimore 4-1. Both teams are still below 500. Brewers over the Reds 8-2. By the way, have you seen the flooding in Cincinnati?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
And I think the river peaks today is what they're indicating. But Brewers got to 500 with the 8-2 win. Reds off to a 3-7 start. Once again, the Moulton curse, got the Reds in the over. Oh boy. Altuve with a 2-run homer in the ninth to tie it, and then the game-winning hit in the 10th. Houston 9-7 over the Twins. Oh yeah, Twins had a 6-0 lead in that game. I think that qualifies as a bad loss. I'm just saying. Pirates blew a 4-1 lead in the ninth against the Yankees, only to win it 5-4 and 11. Nats by the same 5-4 score over Arizona. And Mark, your Tigers a winner to sweep the White Sox. And not only that, the way they won. I got a big hit in the ninth inning from Torkelson, a young guy of which much was expected 3 years ago. And for the most part, he hasn't delivered. If he can just be decent, that'll be a big bat in the bottom half of the Tigers lineup.
No doubt. No doubt. 5-4 win came back in the ninth inning to sweep the White Sox, who are off to a 2-7 start.
NASCAR, Denny Hamlin's gone back-to-back. He won at Darlington, edging William Byron and Christopher Bell. Ross Chastain was 7th. NBA, a lot of games. Luka scored 30. Lakers shot 55%. They pounded OKC in OKC, 126-99. So, Mark, not only did OKC lose at home, Cleveland lost at home to Sacramento, 120-113. The Kings have all but locked up a playoff spot because Phoenix just keeps losing. It's like 6 in a row. Knicks beat them 112-98. Chicago, they're a game up on the Heat so that they host the 9-10 play-in game. They beat Charlotte by 14. Two teams who do not like one another. Houston and Golden State could be a first-round playoff preview. Keep an eye on it. Houston went into Golden State and beat the Warriors 106-96. This goes all the way back to when the Houston coach Udoka was the Celtics coach, and the two teams met in the finals back in, 2021? By the way, Denver lost their 4th in a row, losing at home to Indiana 125-120. Both teams are currently the 4 seed in their respective conference.
But Denver has a half-game lead on the Clippers, the Warriors, the T-Wolves, and the Grizzlies. Teams 5 through 8 in the West all have identical records.
Couple of retirements in the NFL over the weekend. Teron Armstead made it official. At 33 years of age, he retired. Dolphins are going to have to turn to that young left tackle they drafted out of Houston last year and make him the tackle. Julio Jones also officially retired. He did not play in the NFL last year. Julio Jones, Hall of Famer?
Boy, it's really close. I would lean yes.
I would also. And by the way, it would be a no doubt about it if the Falcons hadn't blown the lead. Because the catch he made when the Patriots had cut it to 28-20, the catch he made while double teamed on the right sideline to put him in field goal range with about 4 minutes to go. Insane how good it was. And it would be immortalized in Super Bowl history if the Falcons had won the game. Also, Vegas cut cornerback Jack Jones to save a little over $3 million. And the Chargers signed Trey Lance. And the deal could be worth over $6 million. Right now, it looks as if Lance will be the third string quarterback with Jim Harbaugh. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
We've got to get to a poll question. We've got a lot of guests coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. But, David, I always look up what national day it is, and today's a good one. It's National Beer Day. I don't know if that's a good thing for all of you on a Monday, and I don't know exactly how we're going to form a poll question around it. But I was just thinking, how much, what are your thoughts on beer? I love beer. I like beer. I don't like beer. Miller and Moulton. I love beer.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of April. Thanks so much for being with us. Greg Wyshynski to join us at the bottom part of the hour to look back at Ovechkin becoming the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history. Kevin Brockway with the Gators' perspective of tonight's Natty. But Shaun Bijani is kind enough to join us right now. He covers the Houston Cougars and hosts a show regularly on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. You can follow Shaun on X at Shaun, S-H-A-U-N, Bijani, B-I-J-A-N-I. Shaun, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
David and Mark, good morning. I'm doing pretty good for waking up so early.
Well, and we're very appreciative of it, and hopefully you can get a nap in after we are done. But
I don't know. Talking basketball this early in the morning, you guys are going to get pumped up. I'm about to go for a run, and, it's just going to be one of those days. It's going to be a 20, 21-hour day, and I don't know if there's going to be time for a nap.
Hey, very quickly, Houston's a great event city, Super Bowls, Final Fours, it's a great pro sports town. But from a college perspective, after Katrina, a lot of LSU fans, A&M's not even 90 minutes away. How big a deal have the Houston Cougars become under Kelvin Sampson in the last 10 years?
It's been a steady growth. It's a really good way to describe that and think about that. But it goes beyond just the city in general. The University of Houston, for years and years, and I went there. It's a commuter school. It's one of the most diverse universities, in the country, and it's always been a challenge, whether it be basketball, football, baseball, you name it, to get fans involved and committed, devoted. In attendance at these, games. They've never played in one this big in my lifetime, but it's been a steady growth. Kelvin, I'm sure you guys have heard or maybe even seen some videos making their way on social, but in the very early days, Kelvin Sampson, he would literally go around campus with a megaphone trying to recruit kids to go watch them play basketball. And Kelvin with the media last week was describing to us, just how far they'd actually come as a program. And it took, a president, Rena Couture, and supporters and chairman like Tillman Fertitta, and a lot of money that Tillman fronted them to give Kelvin and this program the start that they deserved, but the start that they needed to compete with the very best in the country. And that was done for them. And there are other coaches in the program's history that just weren't able to get it done. Kelvin was.
When you look back now at that Duke game, I joked in our first segment saying, they're down 15 there. It's second half, about 8 minutes left. And I'm like, it's late. I'm tired. This thing's over. But I fortunately didn't go to bed and watch the comeback. Did you ever have doubt? And at which point did you think Houston was done in that national semifinal game?
You just said it. They were down by 14, 15 points with just, a handful of minutes left to go in the game. And it's, we all watch college basketball. We all know these kind of wild and crazy things are possible. But, for those of us that really understand and know this Houston basketball team, it's, what? They've shot the ball 35, 37%, horrible all evening long. They've done everything they could to kind of serve the game up to Duke on a silver platter, except the defense has been terrific. And I told my wife at the time, they're down by 6 points at halftime. And she's, of course, freaking out, and everybody else in the city was probably freaking out too. And I'm like, she goes, they have a chance. And I said, yeah. And she goes, why do you think that? And I said, well, the defense has been tremendous. Never mind that they're shooting horrible. They're turning the ball over. They're giving up too many easy looks, and they're taking some really difficult shots themselves. Offensively, that defense is going to keep them, and this game has kept them in this game. They make a shot or two here and there down the stretch, but getting down 15 points, fellas, I mean, it looked insurmountable, and I still don't understand what I really watched. I went back and I've watched it a couple of times. It's one of those things that I think a Kelvin Sampson team just kind of prides itself on. Chisel away, chisel away, chisel away, and you put yourself in position to come up with a big stop or make a shot. That's exactly what they did, and they just happened to have enough time to do it.
You know, Shaun, they commit the technical when the player inadvertently touched the Duke player trying to inbound the ball. Duke hits the free throw to go up 67-61 with about a minute 15 to go. And all the announcers are like, well, okay, you try to get the turnover, but once they cross midcourt, you got a foul. And Houston doesn't. And afterwards, Sampson's asked about it, and he's like, well, we had time. Okay, we get a stop, we come down, we get a bucket. Could be a one-score game. All the pressure's on them. And sure enough, that's exactly what happens. Okay, they do seem to have and he referenced what was the game this year? Down 6 with 9 seconds to go at Kansas, and they won. I mean, he just said, listen, guys, we've been through a lot. We're okay.
It's that's kind of the main point here is that game, and people aren't going to forget that game. No matter what happens tonight, it's just been that kind of a season, but it's been that kind of a 2-3 year, 4 year stretch, for some of these guys under Kelvin Sampson, that they can literally say there is nothing they have not seen or done, and gained experience upon. I mean, they've won every kind of game you can think of and been in some dogfights. The game against Duke, I thought that was, for the opposition, the most physical team that they had faced in a really, really long time. And they had out-physicaled them like pregame on paper. You just look at the size and the length and the athleticism, and then you put that up against the tenacity and just the dog that the University of Houston defense plays with each and every night. And it's like, they got to be on their game. But boy, if they are on their game, U of H can really provide some problems for Duke. And the big fella that they held without a rebound the other night against Duke, it seemed like just impossible, to keep that kid off the boards. And not one rebound all night for him, and that was huge. From the jump, U of H was attacking the ball, on the offensive side and defensive side, making it very difficult, contesting everything for Duke to get extra possessions. And I think that's going to be the key tonight. Is as good as Florida is perimeter defensively, the Cougars are going to have to really move the ball. And whatever shot attempts they are able to get, they weren't able to get a lot of high efficiency ones last game. Houston's going to have to create extra possessions for themselves and attack the boards. If they can do that with the same, rate that they did against Duke and earlier in this tournament, certainly against Auburn, then it could be a really good night.
+5 on the offensive glass were the Cougars in their win against Duke on Saturday. To me, and I'm curious if you think it's the same, Florida's really turned the ball over a lot in this tournament. And with Houston's defense, that seems to be an advantage for the Cougars tonight. They have been so good defensively. If Florida turns it over again, could put them in a lot of trouble. I would think the pressure of Houston could cause a lot of problems for the Gators.
That's a good point. That's what they're built on. I was a little worried, guys. If you think back to that Duke game even, and I noticed there was quite a few good looks that I thought Tennessee didn't take advantage of in this tournament. Is, the Cougs, they're going to be in your face. They're playing the passing lanes. They're usually really good on switching and just being in the right spot to make a play defensively. But the last couple of 3 games, there was lags, and there was some lags in that Duke game, especially early, where the Blue Devils were able to get some really good shots. They took some really good shots. Either, just the Cougs being a little late coming over off of a switch, or the transition defense early not being really what it should have been. The effort was certainly there, but being in position to make a play and just getting a hand in the face of a shooter that, was the recipient of an extra pass. That's what I think, a Florida team tonight or anybody would have to do offensively consistently to beat the Houston Cougars is go down, be smart, make that extra pass, be disciplined, and look for the most efficient shot. And a lot of teams aren't that patient because the Cougs make you very impatient. And so that's going to be the fine balance in tonight's game. And funny that it does obviously culminate in the national title game. You should have the two very best teams going at it and discussing these types of advantages or disadvantages. That's what has me most excited about tonight.
Shaun, Houston's never won the Natty. Got about a minute and a half. All right, going all the way back, Elvin Hayes and that team had their shot. Obviously the three teams in a row that went to the Final Four in the early and mid 80s, and they lost 2 championship games. Sampson's been there before, but they've never won this game. What would winning tonight mean for the school and for the community?
I mean, it would certainly be historic. Akeem Olajuwon spoke about that the other day. And for a guy who's been so invested in this Cougar team, as Olajuwon has, Elvin Hayes does the radio broadcasts. He understands, what this would mean. It would be almost a lifetime achievement for him. I mean, there would be a sense of accomplishment even for him. Those couple years that Olajuwon, made it so far to only, fall so short. There would definitely be a sense of accomplishment. This has not been a Kelvin Sampson effort. It's not been, the last 7-8 years of a program build effort. It's taken Army and Olajuwon and so many supporters that have been there in the 80s and have helped build this program, support this program, have been a part of that Army. And for the city, that the school literally wears its name on its chest, it would be an accomplishment and a tip of the cap for the city. That's literally been their slogan. And I think to wind up on top tonight, for a lot of the country, it would feel like a Cinderella-type story. But for the University of Houston and for people in this city, it's going to be just making it to the top of a long journey of a program that always understood that it could and just never had been given the respect that it should. The last few years, and certainly
Shaun,
this year, they've earned it, and I think they want to be at the top and tip their cap.
Shaun Bijani, he covers the Cougars, and he hosts a regular show on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Follow him on X at Shaun Bijani.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Canada relief. If nobody was talking about Houston's defense over the weekend, then you were watching. You should never watch those people for college basketball again. I mean, it's what Houston's been known for years. I mean, they don't even score 75 points a game.
So, a couple of ideas. Can, bottle, or draft.
Oh, I like it. Okay. What else you got?
You could do styles of beer, like a Pilsner, a Stout, an IPA, or whatever.
I'll go with whatever you think will get the most votes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Florida, Houston, 8:50 tonight for the Natty. It would be number 3 for the Gators. It would be the first ever for the Houston Cougars. So with what went down late Saturday, how much of that was Duke's doing and how much of that was Houston's doing?
I think it was 50-50. Duke missed the free throws, which allowed Houston to get back into the game. You know, Houston gets the turnover. I mean, think about the turnover before the missed 3 that they dunked to get it within 1. That ball was tipped by 2 Houston players before the 3rd Houston player caught the ball. I mean, think about all of the things that had to go right in that sequence. Tip, caught, kick, miss, rebound, dunk. I mean, all of that happened in 3 seconds. And every bounce went right to a Cougar player.
You know, it's his last game because he was a one-and-doner. But Cooper Flagg had an awful final minute and 15 seconds of his college career. I mean, awful. When it's 67-61 and Houston grabs the rebound off the Duke miss with 45 seconds to go, you're down 6, 45 seconds to go. Flagg was the one on the switch at the top of the key that ends up double teaming the ball and leaving the guy wide open on the wing. So the guard just goes, oh, well, you're wide open. Kicks it to him, buries the 3. Oh, okay. Now, game on now, 67-64. Okay. So off the inbound, when Duke turns it over on the play you just mentioned with the 3 deflections, well, the guy runs it out to shoot the 3 to try to tie it. He misses. Now, Flagg's the one that doesn't grab the rebound. He's right there. The Houston guy jumps right over him, takes it, puts it back in. Cuts it to 1. Then Flagg, whether we thought it was a good call or not, Flagg commits the offensive foul, and the Houston guy hits the 2 free throws to put him up 1, and then Flagg misses the shot in the lane, which, I'm not going to blame him for missing the shot. But that was the final 45 seconds of Cooper Flagg's college career. A blown defensive assignment, a blown box out, the foul on the free throw, and the missed shot.
The foul on the free throw was terrible. It was a ticky-tack foul. I did not like that call one bit. I have no problem with Houston beating Duke. I don't have a dog in the fight, other than I would have liked to have had picked the final right. But come on. The way that game was played, that was a ticky-tack call.
It was a terrible call. One, you saw the replay, and it wasn't a foul. If anything, the Houston guy is grabbing Cooper's right arm. So Flagg is reaching up with his left arm. And the Houston guy didn't even jump for it. So I know from where the officials stood, it may have looked like something else, but Yeah, that's
For the physicality of that game to call that foul is outrageous to me. But calls are made.
mm-hmm. And obviously, if the free throw shooter makes his free throws, Cooper and the refs, and we're not talking about them.
Exactly.
And it's ironic that Duke missed 3 free throws late because they were the 12th best free throw shooting team in the country at 79%. And up until they missed 3 of their last 4 free throws, they were 17 of 20 for the game.
And we pointed that out on Friday. Of the 4 teams playing, Duke was clearly the best free throw shooting team of the 4. It was not close.
And they lived up to that for 38 minutes. But not necessarily when you needed to put it away.
But the other thing you can add on to that is that, well, when you play a team like Houston, who's really physical, who plays a tough style of defense, the legs aren't what they normally are with a couple of minutes left to go in the game. It's just different when you play that style. I wonder if that will be part of tonight's game when it gets late, David.
Yeah, we'll see how much is fatigue, how much is just, feeling the pressure. You want to call it choking? Choking. I mean, Duke had 1 field goal in the final 10 and a half minutes of the game. And it was by Cooper Flagg, by the way.
He had, I think, 13 of their last 16 points.
Right.
I mean, your description of the last 115 is 100% accurate. He's the only guy that played worth a damn down the stretch, David.
Right.
On top of the bad 115, the final 6 minutes were terrific.
And really, it was bad 45 seconds. I mean, Houston's bringing the ball up down 6 with 45 seconds to go. I mean, it was a disastrous final 45 seconds. But up until then, Cooper's the one getting the horse into the barn.
He's the only one.
Right. But, all right. We got Greg Wyshynski coming up in 10 minutes' time, but we need a poll question.
It's National Beer Day, David.
Hmm.
So there are 3 different questions I could ask. Beer. I love it. I like it. I don't like it.
Okay.
Can, bottle, draft.
All right.
Or we could go with Pilsner, Ale, IPA, Stout. I could put all 3 up because it is National Beer Day. And I happen to love beer.
Well, there you go. I mean, if you're willing to go all Mike Bianchi, Dan Levitard, I mean, you're the one in charge of the poll questions. If you want to get us that much ahead of the curve, first day of the week where we've already posted 3, I mean, heck, maybe we only need 2 or 3 more the rest of the week. We've hit our quota.
I'll get them all up. We're going to have
right.
3 today. I'm in a good mood. Got a lot of sleep last night. Ready for a Monday show. Fired up. Early guest. Talking a little Houston Cougars. We'll talk a little Ovi on the other side. And Kevin Brockway going to join us top of the 8 o'clock hour to talk the Natty from the Gators perspective. The text line is open at 21,000. If you've not texted the show before or it's been a long time, you need to text the keyword Miller. Once you've done so, you can text as much as you would like. As the text came early during the Florida game on Saturday, when I came and looked this morning, the fix is in. Gators getting screwed.
Wait, what?
That was the first half text from a Gator fan, I believe, based on the time that it came in.
Gotcha. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Although I will say there was one official in the Gator semifinal. Every single one of his calls went Auburn's way. And Todd Golden was losing it. Losing it. But he had Walter Clayton on his side, so ultimately he ended up winning it. This is an all-timer, by the way.
Is Walter Clayton enough? I mean, despite Houston's defense and all the good things they do, does Florida just have the guy this year that simply is going to carry the Gators to a natty?
No. They have to not get destroyed inside. And they could get destroyed inside tonight. No, they have to hold their own inside tonight so that Clayton can be the difference. And Florida's been clutch late against UConn, clutch late against Texas Tech, clutch late against Auburn. You know, we saw Duke fall apart late. We've seen other teams fall apart late. So if Duke had won, by the way, since Florida is only a 1.5-point favorite against Houston, and Duke was a 5.5-point favorite against Houston, does that mean Duke would have been a 4-point favorite against the Gators?
I think it would have been 2.5, 3 for sure.
Man, because if it was 4, I'd be taken out alone on the Gators tonight. But listen, Walter Clayton plays a game tonight like he's played throughout the tournament. This will be all-time tournament stuff for Walter Clayton tonight. Greg Wyshynski talking Ovechkin next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Greg's on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Kevin Brockway will join us with the Gators' perspective of tonight's natty between Florida and Houston. 8:50 is expected tip, a half hour earlier than usual. 8:50 Eastern expected tip tonight. Like all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, is our favorite hockey reporter, Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, ESPN.com. Follow Greg on X at Wyshynski, WISHYNSKI. Greg, David, and Mark, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a little euphoric. I was in the house for Ovechkin's record-breaking goal yesterday, and for me, it's like full circle because I was in Washington D.C. It's where I started my career and covered him as a rookie. So on the one hand, I feel like it's tying a bow around the whole thing to have seen young Ovechkin come up with the Capitals, and now seeing old Ovechkin break Gretzky's record. And on the other hand, I feel ancient. I feel like I should just blow away and like dust in the wind. Now seeing the guy I covered as a rookie break one of the most heralded records in all of sports.
One of the things that there's so many reasons to love what happened yesterday, but for me, one of them is in today's sports where everything is so regimented and guys work out all the time. And I'm not saying Alex Ovechkin doesn't work out, but he's such a throwback to an old school guy. Watching him pop a beer before he went into the presser was perfect Alex Ovechkin. The guy is a throwback. He plays the game in a style that we may never see again. And it's a record we didn't think would be broken. And yet with a broken leg, with a lockout year, with a lot of things that went against Ovechkin, he still managed to get this done.
Yeah, I was talking to my wife last night about the record being set, and she's like, how do you think Gretzky feels, this, beautiful, tanned, Adonis-looking guy feels about like a Russian with a pot belly who eats flaming hot Cheetos and Subway subs on the plane, breaking his record? There is something to be said for the sort of non-traditional manner in which Ovechkin approaches his nutrition. I mean, this is a guy who also drinks Coke and Pepsi on the bench as well, instead of like energy drinks. It's pretty remarkable. I mean, the story for me about him breaking this record isn't simply the amount of goals. It's that he managed to do it in the same number of games as Gretzky. And what's remarkable about that is that the discussion we've all been having about Ovechkin and Gretzky for the last several years is the eras in which they've done these feats. Gretzky played in the 80s. He played in the early 90s. It was very easy to score goals then, not only because of the talent level in the league, but because of the talent level of goaltenders, the equipment they wore, the style of hockey the league played, the fact that there were only like 22, 21 teams, all these factors made it easier for Gretzky to do what he did. It's not to take away how great he was, but, facts are facts. Ovechkin did this in an era with the best goaltending we've ever seen, defensive systems that Gretzky never saw, the best coaching, the best depth of talent, speed, all of it. And so the idea that it took him as many games as it took Gretzky, with all of those headwinds in front of him, including the fact that he had to do it with the grind of travel and everything else that comes along with being an older player in this league, is nothing short of remarkable. And to put a cherry on top of the longevity, discussion, he's having one of his best goal scoring seasons at 39 years old. It's just insane. He had the hottest start of any season he's ever had as a goal scorer with 15 goals in 19 games. He breaks his leg. He comes back from it. He scores in his first game back. And ever since the Four Nations tournament ended, he's been on fire because he's got this carrot in front of him, and he wanted to break the record, and then he breaks it.
So what was young Ovechkin like? You know, we all change, obviously, and obviously he's got gray hair now. I'm guessing his English is better now, but I'm just curious. So, what was young Ovechkin like?
Oh, his English was interesting because sometimes it would be great, and then if he had a bad game, it'd be terrible. You simply wouldn't understand the question and be unable to address it. Curiously, no, young Ovi was a real was like a comet. Like it was like a force of nature. Not only on the ice, you know, his game is so interesting. I was talking with an NHL coach yesterday about Ovechkin breaking this record, and we were talking about how, you know, one of the reasons he was able to do it is because of how he scores in the power play. He kind of just does what he did yesterday to break the record. He goes to one spot and he has an unstoppable shot, and because he was going to always score around 15 goals that way every year, he had a real shot at breaking Gretzky's record. But he wasn't always that player. When he was young, he played kind of like Yager. Like he was just a comet being shot through every zone, and he would just blow up guys with hits, and it was just amazing to watch someone that big and that strong be that graceful. It was incredible. But off the ice, I mean, the one thing that hasn't changed about him is he's a rock star and a goofball. Like he always had this incredible humor to him, this joy to him, this love of the game, this love of the fans, this love of his teammates, and you know, part of the story of Ovechkin has to be the contrast between his approach to life and that of Sidney Crosby. Because I mean, they're essentially the Larry Bird and Magic Johnson of the NHL. You know, like they defined an entire era, and their rivalry and their contrast basically built not only two franchises back up from the depths in Pittsburgh and Washington, but also kind of like rescued the NHL from a canceled season that a lot of people probably forgot about. So he was a rock star. And I think that over the years, maybe he's toned it down. He's become a father. I've talked to some teammates that say he has changed his ways off the ice because of that. But his attitude and his personality and really his kind of like positivity has never wavered.
You know, I was talking with my son, who's a big hockey fan, and he's in his 20s. And one of the things he said to me is, Ovi won me over with the cup. And I think we agreed on that, because when all of a sudden we knew about Ovechkin, but when he won the cup, and it was kind of the summer of Ovechkin, where we saw him from the ponds in DC sipping out of the cup seemingly everywhere, he went from this rock star in the DC area to that if you were a hockey fan, Ovi was a rock star everywhere then. And I don't know if it's that, you know, sometimes we didn't like Russian players here or whatever the case may be, but I thought he won over a lot of fans then. And you saw it yesterday with an entire crowd in a visiting building chanting his name as he won. I don't know if they do that for everybody. It just amazes me of the rock star that he kind of has become.
That's a great point. And there's two things I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking about, first of all, the celebration he had yesterday, where he goes and he scores, and then he flops on his tummy and he slides into the neutral zone. And a lot of people noted that it was kind of reminiscent of what was happening in those fountains in DC when he was diving and swimming through after they won the cup. And I was talking with TJ Oshie, his injured teammate, last night after the game. And Oshie's like, you know, we knew it was going to be epic what he was going to do. But Oshie was hoping that he would recreate another iconic celebration he had, which is when he scored his 50th goal one year and then put his stick on the ice and pretended it was on fire. Remember, he was warming his hands with a stick. Oshie was hoping we might see that again. But, you know, the cup celebration is an important thing because it hasn't been an easy ride for Ovi. Like there were times when there was a lot of critics on his tail. I mean, as far as could the Capitals ever win with the way that he plays? His defense was constantly being criticized. You know, this was a Capitals team that couldn't get past the second round. You know, having to play Crosby and the Penguins a bunch of times, I think, was a huge reason for it. But the fact remains that until they won the Cup that year in 2018, they had never advanced past the second round with Ovechkin on the team. So when they won, it was catharsis. And the outpouring that we saw from them in that celebration, and from Ovechkin in particular, was that moment of realization where, he's having a Hall of Fame career. He's now never going to have to be one of those guys in the Hall of Fame where people say, yeah, greatest goal scorer of all time, but he never won a championship like Crosby did, or something like that. And I think taking that off his plate and really silencing those critics was a critical moment. And, I wrote a piece on ESPN.com the other day about the eras. It was basically the era story of Alex Ovechkin, and you can kind of cut up his career into 8 different eras. And there's no question that after he won the cup, there was a certain serenity and self-confidence and sort of like elder statesman era that began, because he finally could kind of like be satisfied.
Talking Ovechkin in the NHL with Greg Wyshynski of ESPN and ESPN.com. Follow him on X at Wyshynski, WYSHYNSKI. It's been a hell of a 2 months for this league you cover, hasn't it? From the 4 nations, and then Ovechkin picked right up where he left off, and maybe even scored goals at a higher rate, in which all of a sudden we're following Ovechkin the way we used to follow at bats for certain guys and what have you. I mean, this has been a hell of an 8 weeks, hasn't it?
Sometimes good things happen. Good things happen to hockey, despite the NHL's best efforts. Yeah, I mean, look, the 4 nations thing obviously was something beyond anybody's expectations. I think, I was telling people up and down, I might even told you guys that the USA-Canada rivalry was the easiest sell in hockey. Like, it was going to pop no matter what, but obviously none of us knew the off-ice stuff that was going to happen and the tensions between the countries that was going to manifest in that tournament the way that it did. And we certainly didn't know the Kachucks were going to have as much fun as they did in the tournament with those fights to start the first game in Montreal. So that whole thing really went off into a direction no one could have predicted, and elevated hockey in a way that nothing had in years, and certainly launched everything towards the Olympics next year, which should be, an amazing moment if we do get a rematch between the U.S. and Canada. And then the Ovechkin thing, and, they've had successful outdoor games. It's been a really, really wonderful season. I think if there's any downside to it, it's that the playoff races, as we head into the final 2 weeks of the season, or a week and a half of the season, are kind of a dud. If we're being honest, in the West, it's pretty much settled. There's a hope and prayer that maybe the Minnesota Wild continue to fall back to the pack, and one of those teams in the West can catch them. And in the East, I've likened it to the animated race that they have on the Jumbotron between the concession items, and how they keep falling down as they get closer to the finish line just to create drama. It's an entire race of teams that seem like they don't want to make the playoffs. And finally, we have one in Montreal that seems like they do. And right now they have a commanding lead in the wild card race. But the East race has been sort of a flop as well. So that might be the only downside, is that the playoff races at one point looked like it was going to be utter chaos, and a real crescendo for the season might not have manifested that way.
Well, I'm curious what you think, because we've focused so much on Ovechkin in this record, and we've talked about the Panthers being the team to beat in the East. Well, they've been skidding. Tampa and Toronto both playing pretty well, but Washington, they're the 1 seed in the East that no one's talking about. Are they going to go on a playoff run? Is this team underrated, overrated, or rated appropriately?
Well, they're definitely underrated, because I think people just assume that they're trash and that they've done this with smoke and mirrors, that they're a regular season team. They play really good hockey when they're locked in and playing well. I think their coach, Spencer Carberry, who's probably going to be coach of the year this season, is a real good one. And his systems work. And he mentioned this last night. I think the other problem with the Capitals in the eyes of a lot of people is that they don't have a collection of stars. I mean, they've got Ovechkin, and obviously when he's playing the way that he's playing, he's a force to be reckoned with. But beyond him, it's not like they've got the Draisaitl to Ovechkin, McDavid, for example. And so I think there's a bit of underrating because of that. Now, that being said, they haven't been playing all that well in down the stretch here. The Capitals are only 5-4-1 in their last 10. Did not look good against the Islanders yesterday. Maybe it's just the conditions of the Ovechkin chase have muddied the water a little bit, and maybe they all breathe a sigh of relief that it's over. But they're dealing with some injuries. Alexei Protas, who's a really, really good young player for them, he's week to week with a lower body injury. Logan Thompson, who's been one of the best goalies in the league this year, he's out for a little bit. They're getting banged up at the wrong time, and they're stumbling at the wrong time. And that are they good enough to get through the East? I think they are when they're playing up to their abilities. I mean, they're a plus 66 in goal differential, but they've got to be at full strength. They don't have a lot of margin for error when it comes to injuries, and I think that they're getting bit at the wrong time.
Greg Wyshynski, who covers the NHL for ESPN and ESPN.com. Follow him on X at Wyshynski, WYSHYNSKI. Greg, we always appreciate your time and your insight. Safe travels, and hopefully we can talk early in the playoffs. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Not to toot our own horn, RCB, but between Wyshynski and John Forsland, I don't know if there's a show that gets better hockey guests than we do that's not NHL radio. And I'm not even messing around. I don't think there's anybody better than Wyshynski when it comes to a reporter on the game. And I don't know if there's anybody better than Forsland when it comes to an announcer in the game. We're very, very lucky and who we get. There's one other guy, I got to get his name from my kid, that breaks all the stories in hockey. I follow him on X, and I can't think of who it is right now. One other hockey guest I'd like to get. It's kind of their shams, if you will, and his name escapes me at the moment.
You don't want to be treated like a man. Talk to the hammer out of here. I'll break it. You know, damn it. Talk to me like a man. Bring it up. Come on, goddamn it. No, do that to me. Come on, Ted. Come on, Ted. You fucking man. Why did we talk about it?
Who did Piniella attack in the clubhouse as Reds manager? Was it a player, or I'm just watching the video?
It was Dibble.
It was Dibble?
It was Dibble.
Okay. I just watched that. And Hakeem Olajuwon wasn't allowed on the court after Houston won.
Did you see that?
I'm watching it right now. And a guy comes up and vouches for him.
And
like,
goes, it's Hakeem Olajuwon, and then don't care.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen, Michael. First off, Grapes is pretty old. I don't know how many interviews he does anymore. The one I was hoping we would get, and we've never been able to get him, is Bob McKenzie. I think it's not is it? You know what I'm talking about, David.
Yep, the old TSN guy.
Right. He's got a place in Naples. He winters in Naples. That's the one I would love to get, but we've had no real luck on how to get to him. Because I think if we got to him, we'd get him.
Do we have Hardwick?
Oh, crap. Yeah, let me do that.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this first Monday of April. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is National Beer Day, so we have not one, not two, but three poll questions. All right. Your thoughts on beer? Like it, love it, don't like it. Can, bottle, draft, or what kind of beer? IPA, lager, stout, pilsner. Three different poll questions. Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. We did not book Kevin Brockway to answer those poll questions, although he's always free to interject with whatever he wants. Gainesville Sun, Gannett. Okay, and so many a newspaper. His work is found throughout the state of Florida. All right. Kevin, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very busy, David, as you can imagine. This has been quite a ride, and we'll see if Florida can take it one more step and win their first national championship in basketball since 2007.
Follow Kevin on X at Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1.
All right, Kevin, here's the question, because it doesn't seem that outside of the first game that the Gators are, to me, have yet to play a great 40 minutes. They've played great in spurts. Can they win a national championship without playing a complete great game?
I think tonight they're going to have to play close to a 40-minute game because Houston is going to be rugged. They're going to be physical. They're going to get after them. I think it's going to be very similar, kind of like a Tennessee, Texas A&M kind of game in the SEC, where Florida's going to have to be really strong with the basketball. They're going to have to figure some things out offensively during the course of the game. And, Houston just plays very tough. And they're tough physically. They're tough mentally. They don't get rattled. And they've got some firepower on the perimeter. So it's going to be a challenge for Florida for sure. But, when you have Walter Clayton Jr., who's playing the best in March, on your side, I think that helps from the Florida side too.
There's never been a Gator basketball player play this well in the tournament as him, right? I mean, I've been trying to think going all the way back to Lon Kruger's Final Four team in the 90s. Billy got there 4 different times. And, nobody's ever played like this, have they?
No, you can't. I mean, Vernon Maxwell hit a game-winning shot, I think, against St. John's in '88. But this guy is just what he's doing, and what he's doing in crunch time too. When Florida needs a basket late in the game, Walter Clayton is delivering. I mean, that 3-point play against Auburn was really kind of the dagger. It got him from up 3 to up 6 with about a minute 30 to go. Made it a 2-possession game, 2 3-pointers, and Auburn was struggling to shoot all threes all game. So yeah, he's been the engine, obviously. Them obviously moving him to the point, and him being a scoring point guard and being able to create his own offense is, obviously fueled Florida to this point. But I think, they're going to need a little more around him. I thought he and Elijah Martin were kind of carrying Florida offensively early. And then in the second half, they got a little bit more from Will Richard, a little bit more from Thomas Houck. But I think you'd like to see maybe a little bit more of a balanced effort against Houston and try to put their defense in a little bit of a bind too, and not just focus on one guy.
16 turnovers against Auburn. It has been the Achilles heel of the Gators, but yet they've been able to win games. Seemingly against Houston, who's defensively is so good and has the ability to turn you over. Boy, they've got to decrease that number. What's the number of turnovers you think the Gators can get away with tonight, Kevin?
Yeah, you'd like to keep it under 12 or 13. I think, that would be a realistic, can they do it? I don't know, because like you said, I mean, Houston is so good. I think the thing that gets you nervous, and particularly if it's a tight game late, and, you saw it hurt him against Duke. You saw that hurt Duke, in that Final Four game. And Florida's had issues with it too. Is that kind of under the basket inbounds where you get turned over in the late game situation? Well, Florida had one against Auburn. They had one against UConn too, kind of late, but they built a big enough cushion. I mean, that's the thing. The inbounds plays are going to be really critical in the late game situation. If it's a 1 or 2 possession game, just, making sure that you get the ball in there, you get fouled, and you finish it off if you have a lead.
All right. I'm probably overanalyzing the 3-car funeral again, but a couple years ago when Houston was a 1 seed, the Canes took them down in the Sweet 16, and they did it because, their backcourt Houston couldn't stop them. That Miami, their guard play was too good. Nigel Pack was the lead, but Isaiah Martin, and I'm just wondering, could Florida's, guards, because if they get into a rock fight, they can lose this. But could their guards be such that, they're going to score slashing, driving, and on the perimeter, and they don't have to get in a rock fight?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. And I think that's the big question. Are Florida's guards going to be too quick for Houston's defense or not? I've talked to some different national guys that have some different opinions on that. But I think that, those Miami guys a couple of years ago were pretty dynamic in their ability to get to the basket. These guys, I think Clayton certainly has that. I think Martin has that. And Will Richard has been okay. He's improved in that area. But I think this Houston team, too, probably has a little bit of more firepower offensively on the perimeter to keep up the way, unlike that Houston team a couple of years ago that faced Miami in the Sweet 16. So I think it's going to be, fascinating to see. But, yeah, the backcourt's going to have to step up. And really, also, I think for Florida, you'd like to get a little more production from your front court. I mean, Alex Condon has kind of struggled. I thought Chinyelu played very well in the Auburn game, though, particularly defensively and kind of helping shut down Broom. And Tommy Houck has been fairly consistent, but they're going to need, that post rotation to show up as well and play really hard.
Kevin, couldn't agree with you more on that one. And the other end of that with their front court is the glass. They were great against Auburn. They were plus about 10 in rebounds in that game, and they were plus 3 on the offensive glass. Houston was plus 9 on the boards, plus 5 on the offensive glass. To me, a big component of this game for the Gators is that front court you talked about, keeping Houston off the offensive glass.
Yeah, and then talking to John Anderjack, one of Florida's assistant coaches, he's kind of their defensive guru, and he's going to be going on to Campbell University after this game. He talked about Houston just being relentless on the offensive glass. Florida's going to have to protect the defensive glass. Didn't do that very well in the first half against Auburn, but did a much better job in the second half because, you get those defensive rebounds, you can get out and run a little bit. And I think tempo will be another factor too. Can you get the game going up and down a little bit? I remember Kelvin Sampson saying after the Duke game, he wanted to keep that game in the 60s, and he did. I think Florida would like to get this game in the 70s and 80s tonight.
Is Florida going to play hard enough for 40 minutes? Because clearly the storyline coming out of the semifinal was Golden went in at halftime and just flat lit them up. It was not an X and O halftime. It was they want it more than you in the biggest game of your life. Play like you want this game. And in the second half, they did. Well, Houston plays as if their lunch money's on the line every game. I mean, are the Gators going to play? It sounds stupid to ask it this way, Kevin, but are they going to play with the urgency that they're going to need tonight?
Well, and Carlin Hartman was the one that kind of got into him too, and Clayton a little bit also. It was a group effort in that regard in the locker room. But I think that, I think the thing is, I think every team goes into it playing hard. It's just a matter of who plays harder, right? I think that's the thing. And Houston is one of those teams that's just relentless and the effort that they have to play. And I feel like, maybe they need to do that because of the talent level, compared to Florida. LJ Cryer is a nice player. But I think, if you look up and down the lineup, Florida's probably the more talented team. But Houston, it just, with their toughness and their relentlessness, is going to keep this game close. Let's not forget, too, momentum is big in these kind of games, David. Houston is 3 hours from San Antonio. I'm guessing it's going to be a lot of red in that building, too, and Florida's going to have to deal with that, maintain their poise. I thought they did a really good job in the SEC tournament in that regard in the finals against Tennessee. It was almost like a road game there. So that's another chip on the shoulder that Florida can take is, hey, look, everyone in the building is against us. We're going to go out there and we're going to, show them and, let those fans leave disappointed.
We know how good Clayton has been. Who is the player not named Walter Clayton Jr. that has to have a big game tonight for the Gators?
Yeah, I would say Elijah again. I think he's an energy guy, and with Elijah, I think it's on both ends of the floor. It's offense and defense. He's going to have to do a good job on Cryer. So I think those two guys are the guys that are really going to have to, and it would be nice to see Alex Condon get out of his funk a little bit as well.
All right. It's a virtual toss-up. The Gators are a slight favorite. All right. You've seen everyone play. You've seen the Gators obviously play 36 times. Your thoughts?
I think they're going to do it. I mean, I had 69-63. I think Houston's going to hold them under 70, and that's only going to be, I think, the second time that's happened all season, but it's not going to matter because I think Florida is going to answer the bell defensively. And I think what Florida did defensively in the second half against Auburn was really impressive, and I think it's going to carry over to this game.
Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun, Gannett Papers throughout the state of Florida. Follow Kevin on X, Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, as always, thank you. Good luck tonight and safe travels home.
Thank you, guys.
Kevin Brockway, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Florida, 1.5-point favorite. Mark, over-unders a $1.40 and a half. So basically we're looking at 71-70 Gators is base, give or take a half point, 71-70 Gators is this game from a betting standpoint.
Sounds about right. I mean, don't you think if the Gators get to 75, they win?
Yes, but I think Houston may score more points. I think Houston's going to do a really good job on the offensive glass.
And we talked about it on Friday. Sampson calls them dagger threes, the kick out for the three, and Houston did a really good job of that against Duke. Can they do it tonight against the... I think the game on the glass is everything, David. If Florida can be equal to Houston in rebounds, if we look and the rebounds are a wash,
Florida
the Gators
wins.
win the Natty.
I agree with you. I agree with you there. So 8:50 tonight. We'll say it again. 8:50, which is a half hour earlier than usual. 8:50 tonight, the tip for the Natty.
Not one, not two, but three poll questions. After all, it's National Beer Day. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to vote. Thanks for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, candid relief, I was a pour into the side of the glass no foamer when I poured my glass. Friend of mine by the name of Ron Kirchhoff worked for a distributor and said that's not the way you're supposed to pour it. You're supposed to pour it in and let the foam come and then let the foam settle. So I've changed. But with that being said, I never, ever pour my beer into a glass. I drink it out of the can or the bottle. According to the experts, Canada Relief, you are right.
Feeney, nice to have you back. All the Hooters jokes in the Twitch chat room. That's interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. And we've already had 3 guests on the show, but that's all we have scheduled. You missed Shaun Bijani, who covers the Houston Cougars, Greg Wyshynski, who covers the NHL, or Kevin Brockway, who covered the Gators. Well, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you've missed. And not 1, not 2, but 3 poll questions that Mark Miller was inspired to produce today on this National Beer Day.
First one is it's National Beer Day. So beer. I love it. I like it. I don't like it. Right now, 55% of you love beer. The hell's the matter with the rest of you? 40% like it, and 5.3% of you don't like it. Okay. It's National Beer Day. So, can, bottle, or draft? Draft winning. That would be my last choice.
Can
draft,
is my
draft would come in dead last.
Yeah, can is my dead last choice.
And that's what I picked. Because I like outdoor drinking. I like drinking on the golf course, the boat, the beach. And you need a can to do that. You can do it in a bottle, but then you're creating a hazard. Bottle can break.
Gotcha.
And I think the can gets colder than the bottle. I think a canned beer on ice is actually colder than a bottled beer on ice.
Okay.
And then finally, IPA, lager, stout, or Pilsner. Lager edging Pilsner right now closely. IPA in third, stout in last. I voted stout. It's in last place. Now, I like a stout. Problem with a stout beer is you only can have a couple. They're thick. If you're in to sit down and have, 16, 18 of them, your Pilsner's the way to go. If you're going for longevity, if you're going for a quick beer, you can go stout, you can go IPA, but if you want to drink for the duration, you need something a little lighter. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to vote on our 3 beer poll questions today.
We've previewed the national championship. Both Miller and Moulton picked the Gators to win the Natty at the beginning of the tournament. We did have them beating Duke, though. So, we were wrong in the semis. And on Friday, when we asked, what do you think the matchup is going to be? I think there was only about 14% of you that thought it was going to be Florida and Houston. But we've also talked a lot of Ovechkin, or at least a decent amount of Ovechkin, and breaking Gretzky's all-time goal-scoring record. And we know there's only so many of you that are hockey fans, but the 2 hosts of this show love hockey, and so you've had to suffer with our love for hockey sometimes more than you'd like. But there is another aspect to this, because I do think some people, once they learned, if they're not hockey folks, they learned a little bit about Ovechkin. They know the name Wayne Gretzky, and so they started hearing about, following. Oh, okay. And for lack of a better word, Ovechkin chasing down Gretzky in the exact same number of games that Gretzky played and beating him by 1 was cool. Mark, for the most part, we in America are not into records because football is far and away the most popular sport, and we really don't give a damn about single season this, all time this. We don't even know the numbers.
Nor care.
Right.
Nor care. I mean, we don't know them. We don't think about them.
Right.
We're into the outcome of football games, not the record of those who play football games.
Which is interesting to me in this sense because of how fantasy oriented we are with football. How many people play fantasy football in which they don't care about the winning. They care about the numbers being produced by their team, but not necessarily the winning or losing by their favorite team. But I'm curious, Mark, what is the next record? You know, like LeBron passed Kareem here, what have you. Okay. Now think about it. Ovechkin, a Russian, universally hailed throughout the sport of hockey, by the way. I mean, which shows you how far we've come in hockey. But what is the record that you think going forward? Baseball, basketball, football. That a record that you think if somebody starts getting in the area code of and has a chance to track down, that you think America will get interested in?
Well, I do think the rushing record, there's a comment in the Twitch chat room that people cared about Saquon. I think they were interested. And I think had he had played that last game, there would have been interest. And I think now with the reemergence of the running back, I do think we care about that one, the single season rushing record. And I think there's a shot for that to be broken, particularly when we go to 18 games.
Well, yeah. I mean, the fact it hasn't yet been broken in 17 games is a little surprising. I know we've only done it for 2-3 seasons, but, Dickerson set the record, 2,105 yards, by the way, in 1984. And it is still held up, even though 8 others have rushed for 2,000 or more yards in a season. No one has gotten to 2,105. Adrian Peterson, I think, got to 2,096 and even had the regular season finale go overtime. But the Vikings opted on the 20-yard line to kick the field goal to win the game that they had to win. I mean, in theory, they could have tried to get Peterson the record, but obviously something bad could have happened.
So I think that could happen. I'm trying to think, the home run record, you would think with now the home run being the most important thing in the game and guys hitting home runs at a pretty good clip, you would think someone would have a shot, but there's no one even close. There's no one you can look at early in their career and say, well, he might do it. And that's why I brought up Austin Matthews on the goal record. He would have to continue at this pace for 9 more years just to get to 800. Don't see it happening.
Here's my theory on this. Part of what helped Alex Ovechkin have his accomplishment be celebrated to the degree that it was that he was chasing down Wayne Gretzky. Hank Aaron was chasing down Babe Ruth. If Bonds had done it on the up and up, I think it would have been staggeringly celebrated. But since most of us had concluded that there was something going on here, we were annoyed by him catching and passing Aaron. And that is why, Mark, I actually believe, and I don't know that anybody can get close enough, but who knows? Guys are playing longer now. We've never thrown the ball more than we do now. Guys have never thrown the ball more in college than they do now. If the day ever comes that there is a quarterback who gets within 100 of Tom Brady, I mean, Mark, and I know we got a break coming up, but when is the next time that we say someone other than Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time?
When you look at the championships and the records, David, it seems damn near like an impossibility because that was the first record I thought of because of all the touchdowns that we throw. But we are then asking someone to play in the area code of the number of seasons that Brady played.
Right. But you got to play into your 40s.
Right.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is 146 touchdowns behind Brady. Yeah. And he's thrown over 500 of them.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Irish football, where's Lance Armstrong's?
I got to admit, you guys in the Twitch chat room can be a negative bunch. We went from records and it goes to drug tests and it goes to Belko Mitchell. It's like you guys who supposedly love sports are negative. Find it fascinating.
I don't, Empire. He had an amazing season. He hit 62. Bonds hit 73. That's a whole other month of home runs.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, and I'll wrap this up quick. So Mahomes is like 400 touchdowns behind Brady. He's had 7 full years as quarterback. His rookie year, he played the one final game of the regular season, and that's it. Did not throw a touchdown in that game, however. So he has thrown in 7 full seasons, 245 touchdowns. That's exactly an average of 35 touchdown passes a year. Now, he's played a majority of his seasons as 16-game seasons. He's played a couple of recent ones as 17-game seasons. The thought is in about 3 years, he could be playing in an 18-game season. Okay. But Mark, if he does 11 more years at 35 touchdowns a year, that's 385. That would get him to 630. And he'd still be a handful or so behind Brady. But he turns 30 this year. So that's Mahomes doing it 30 through 40. All 10 of his 30 years, and then when he's 40.
And I'm certainly not saying Brady played as long as he did for the money or for anything else. But the money's so obscene now for athletes. It wasn't that obscene until later in Brady's career. And we all know Brady played for a little less most years than he probably could have. With the money being flat out as obscene as it is right now, do you know the drive that you have to continue playing to 41? And forget the dumb luck from a health standpoint, how physically fit you have to be to play that game that long.
Also, how many more years do you think Andy Reid is his head coach? And that offense? Can you count on Mahomes playing on teams as good and as, quote, prolific? And I know the last couple of years, they haven't been as prolific as they were the handful of years before that. By the way, Brady's at 649. So even if Mahomes averages for the next 11 years the same number of touchdown passes that he's thrown in the last 7 years, he would need 20 more TDs to pass Brady, because he'd be at 630 and Brady's at 649. By the way, 5 guys have topped 500. Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, and Tom Brady. Only one to top 600.
The home run record seems like that won't happen. You know, when you look at baseball and things like wins and strikeouts and the people that hold those records, seems damn near impossible to top any of those records.
I think you hit the one that will likely be broken here in the next handful of years. They are starting to get in the area code of Eric Dickerson's rushing record. And if we're actually going to make it an 18-game season, well, then running backs will have 2 additional games in a season to gain yards and break 2,105, which, going back to the Ovechkin thing, Mark, is just one of the remarkable oddities of it. That as of yesterday, when he played against the Islanders, Gretzky and Ovechkin at this point in time have played the exact same number of games. And so Ovechkin passed Gretzky, playing exactly by Gretzky's rules, if you will.
And did it in a far harder era to score goals. The Gretzky era kind of ended with the Devils and the left wing lock. That changed the style that the NHL was played in. It became far more defensive in the 90s. And from that point forward, the defensive systems have been better than what the offenses can create. And we have better skaters, better shooters, and better goal scorers than we've ever had in that league. The talent level in the National Hockey League has never been this high. At the same time, goaltending's never been this good. And for Ovechkin to have set the record in this era is truly remarkable.
I don't know. Did you watch the Turner pregame show yesterday?
Not really.
They had, a couple of former hockey guys, but they had Rick Bowness, who's recently retired as a coach. And Bowness asked Gretzky, because Gretzky made himself available, even though he was, in Long Island. He just put a headset on and did it from the suite. And Bowness went down that road with Gretzky. And he basically said, Gretz, the goaltending's never been better now. The training's never been better now. The coaching's never been better now. I mean, for Ovechkin to do this, he basically said it compares favorably to what you did. And I don't want to say Gretzky was taken aback by it, but Gretzky paused and he said, well, Rick, he said, I would have loved to have played 3-on-3 in overtime. He said, I would have loved starting every power play in the offensive zone. That's something that's, last 20 years.
How do you
hockey.
think Wayne would have done without a red line?
And that's the other thing. Okay. And so Wayne is kind of like, listen, we went through this with, when I broke Gordy's record, and what Gordy faced in the 50s and the 60s, versus what I was playing with in the 80s and into the mid 90s, because I think he broke the record in 94. And so Gretzky just said, listen, the eras change, but, he said, I have no problem that numbers from one era being compared to numbers from another. I get it. They're different, but I think that, there's enough where the game has changed that I'm okay with the numbers.
And I think they're fair points. I do think power plays now are such a bigger part of the game. The efficiency that teams have on a power play is better than what it was in Wayne's era. But certainly Gretzky's points are all valid. The other side of it was, man, I loved watching Edmonton play back in the day. A lot of 8-5 games back then, David.
Yep. No doubt about it. Smite Division hockey, baby. First 1 to 6. That's what you needed to get to. First 1 to 6.
So what record do you think will be the next to fall? 21,000 is our text line. You can always chime in the Twitch chat room or the YouTube chat room. Follow the show, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton if you want to see our ugly mugs on your television or telephone.
And, our theory is that because Ovechkin was chasing a record held by Wayne Gretzky, that it is not only just an amazing record, but it elevated the record because of who held it. Just like I think Mark and you and I are old enough to remember, Wayne Gretzky was chasing down Gordie Howe. I mean, they only called him Mr. Hockey. No big deal or anything.
And like Gordie, Wayne was beloved. Now, I don't know, if someone were ever to come into Bond's neighborhood, Bond's not beloved.
No, he's not.
But Gordie was beloved. And if you ever met him, you knew why. Wayne, beloved. Great ambassadors for the sport. And you have to say, so's Ovechkin.
I think Brady, largely popular. Yeah, some people hated the Patriots, Deflategate. Yeah, okay. But come on, what do we think Brady's approval rating is? Do we think it's 80%?
It's funny you say that, David. I really wish he would have never done a commercial. Because, see, Peyton Manning could do a commercial. Peyton Manning came out of the commercial and you went, that's cute. That's funny. Have you ever said that about Brady in a commercial? There's two that I know that I can think of that he does. He does one for the car rental company there. Not very good. I think he's mediocre at best in it. And now he's doing the Dix one, which begs the question, how much did Dix have to pay him to do a commercial? And was it worth the money to put Brady in your ad on top of a goat?
Probably as much money as Subway had to pay him to get him, considering he doesn't eat it. And do we really think that Tom is buying his sporty goods at Dick's?
But I mean, he's getting all the money from Fox. Brady's done obviously incredibly well. Is it $500K to get Brady for a Dick's ad? Is it $1 million for a Dick's ad?
Oh.
What are they paying Brady to do that Dick's ad? And are they ever going to get their money back from that? Every time I see that, I don't think he's a good pitch man.
Mark, not only am I willing to bet that it's 7 figures, I don't know that you can get him where the first digit isn't crooked. Just saying. But Tom Brady threw 110 more touchdowns than Peyton Manning. 110 more than Peyton. So that's the one that I think, because like you said, first off, it's very difficult to imagine. Like Aaron Judge is turning, 33 this year?
Right.
Judge is a little more than halfway to Bonds. It's difficult to imagine. But maybe he can pull it off. Like you mentioned, there's Austin Matthews right now in the NHL, where maybe, just maybe, if he could do what he's done in his first 9 years and do it again, maybe we can start talking about him as having a chance to go after Ovechkin. But
Maybe.
I'll be curious, what's the next record that the sports networks, X is following on a regular basis that, say the game's at 12:30 on a Sunday, like yesterday's hockey game was, in which we turn and say, yeah, I'm watching a hockey game today. And the people in your life look at you like, you don't watch hockey. It's like, yeah, it's an exclusive record thing. Not going to see this again. Got to watch this.
Miller and Moulton, what record do you think will be the next to be broken? 21,000's the text line. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com or any of the usual suspects to download it. Had a pretty good show for you already today. We've talked hoop from both a Gator and Houston perspective with Shaun Bijani in the 7 o'clock hour, Kevin Brockway in the 8 o'clock hour, and in the middle of that, Greg Wyshynski talked about the Ovechkin record. He covers the NHL for the Four Letter Network.
So 8:50 tonight, Gators and Cougars. Houston's never won the Natty. This is their third championship game, I believe, Mark. This is their seventh Final Four. I think it's their third title game. They lost back-to-back title games in 83 and 84. Jim Valvano and Survive and Advance Wolfpack, and then Georgetown, Ewing and the Hoyas in the Battle of Biggs in Seattle. That was Georgetown's title with John Thompson and company.
The Gators have done this by winning sometimes ugly, by heroics at the end. But no heroics were greater than what the Cougars pulled off in coming back double-digit points against the Blue Devils and figuring out a way to win the game and beat Duke on Saturday night. Now, the Gators and the Cougars, can Walter Clayton Jr. finish the deal for the Florida Gators? We'll make our predictions in the bonus hour. It's Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
With the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of April. We've got the men's natty tonight in a little less than 12 hours time. Florida, 1.5-point favorite against Houston. It'll be the third title for the Gators after they went back-to-back in 06 and 07. They've only appeared in one other Final Four. This would be historic for the Cougars. This would be their first. And I think they are tied with a couple of other schools for the most Final Fours without winning one at 7. So this would be historic for the Cougars. We talked with Shaun Bijani, 2 hours ago. We talked with Kevin Brockway an hour ago. You could download millerandmoulton.com, our interviews with the Cougars reporter and the Gators reporter, and get their insights on the game. So do you think there's a little bit of destiny here? Also, you got the old coach and the young coach.
You know, like anybody that does this for a living, I'd like to be right. I picked Florida before the damn thing started, but I am with you. Kelvin Sampson's been doing this a long time. And who do a segment called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly at the end of every show. You could just do that about Kelvin Sampson and his career. Because there is a lot to uncover when you look at his career. But at the end of the day, he's a lifer basketball coach. It's all he's ever done. And it would be tremendous for Kelvin Sampson to be able to cut down the nets. It would be tremendous for Houston with what you just pointed out. And we all know the teams that the Cougars have brought to the Final Four for Houston to finally get one. I'm rooting for the Gators. I don't know if it's because I live in Florida. I don't know if it's because I picked them. But, man, watching Clayton play is a lot of fun.
It really is.
I really, really enjoy watching that young man play basketball.
If he plays similarly to how he has in his previous 5 tournament games and they win it, I mean, this will be right up there with who was that UConn guard in 2014, Shabazz? I mean, this is the best performance from a guard that I've seen, if they win it, since that 2014 UConn team. I mean, this would be all-timer stuff.
And I think by point totals, he is in the area code of, he's on lists with all-timers with what he's done in this tournament. And obviously they play more games now than they did, so it's tough to compare errors, which we've been doing a lot of on this show today with Ovechkin breaking the record. But Walter Clayton is carrying the Gators to this final.
Here's my biggest concern with Florida. And listen, I picked them before the tournament began like you. I'm going to ride them tonight. I don't like the fact they've had to be prodded at 2 or 3 different times in this tournament to compete at the level that Houston competes at every minute of every day. I mean, my hope is they learned their lesson at halftime against Auburn. They competed in the second half against Auburn. They played hard. They picked up their defensive intensity. They dominated the glass in the second half. Yeah, they wore out Auburn down the stretch in that game. I mean, they outscored Auburn by 14 in the second half. But they need to play that hard the whole night tonight.
There cannot be lazy plays, if you know what I mean. I thought and still think what I asked Kevin is, what's the turnover number that they've got to stand on. And he was right about where I thought they've got to be 12 turnovers or less tonight. They can't be turning the ball over 16, 17 times against Houston. There just aren't enough possessions in the game, David.
Well, I believe both Duke and Houston committed single-digit turnovers in their game. Now, this could be a very different game with the way Florida plays. But also, Mark, that's the fascinating thing about Florida. Do you know the Gators performed the way they did in the second half against Auburn and committed, I believe, 11 of their 16 turnovers in the second half? They actually, they would have completely blown Auburn out if it wasn't for the fact that they were turning the ball over too much. When they get going, I don't think it's close, to be honest with you. And that's with all the 4 teams that were in the Final Four. I think Florida's A game, clearly superior. Clearly superior. They outscored Auburn 11-0 in like a minute 53. And I don't know if this is a factor, because it usually is not. But a lot of people are there for Saturday. Most of the coaches are there for Saturday. There's like 5,000 coaches. Final Four weekend is coaches convention weekend. Assistants to all the D1 programs get tickets for the Final Four. Former coaches, if they want them, can get tickets to the Final Four. And so everybody goes for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and most leave on Sunday. San Antonio's 3 hours from Houston. Don't you have to think that all the tickets that are being sold for tonight's game are being bought up by Houston Cougar fans?
Yes. And there are lots of them. And they're not, it's upper deck, it's a dome. So you can get into the game for $160, $170 to see your team playing a natty. And like David said, how many people are sitting around going, leave at lunch, let's go grab tickets on StubHub or Vivid Seats or wherever you get them, and let's head to the game here right after lunch. And they've already had a distinct crowd advantage, which will be even more so tonight.
So, that I will say, with the way they came back against Duke, does that make you think they're a team of destiny? Or does that make you think, they got lucky? They got lucky. Florida's going to handle them.
Not with that defense. We've always said, doesn't matter the sport, defense travels, and Houston plays great defense.
I think we're going to have an over tonight, because I think that Houston's going to do a very good job on the offensive glass, and because of it, they're going to score a little bit more than maybe they know. They average 74 points a game, regular season and conference tournament. They score 74 a game. They scored 70 in the win against Duke. Now, they had to score 25 points in the final 8 minutes because they were down 59-45. But I don't know. I'm thinking we get an over, which also to me favors the Gators. But if you think no one gets to 70, then you got to bet the under, because the over-under is $1.40 and change.
78, 81, 62, 69, and 70. That's what Houston scored to win so far in the tournament. So they've only eclipsed their season average twice, and for the most part, they've been under it by a pretty decent amount. I think they want to play the game in the 60s. I don't think Houston wants to get the game anywhere near the over in this. They want to force Florida to score as many times on as many possessions as possible. Lengthen the possessions of the Gators, shorten the game. I think it's an under. I don't think this is a very aesthetically pleasing basketball game.
I don't think it is either, but I think it's an over. I think we get into the 140s.
I hope you're right. I don't like a slog. And Houston loves it. Ironically, their lowest scoring output was their closest game when they beat Purdue by 2.
62-60. That's another thing. They won, a couple of games now on basically the final possession. And Florida's escaped death a couple times, trailing late against UConn and trailing by 9 with 3 minutes to go against Texas Tech. So a lot of great storylines tonight. 8:50 Eastern. That's when they'll tip on CBS. Jim Nantz, apparently, that Houston Cougars sweatshirt, he's unbeaten when wearing that sweatshirt. Have to believe, since he wore it Saturday, he brings it back tonight.
Absolutely. And if by chance Houston wins, will they allow Akeem Olajuwon on the court? He was denied the ability to get on the court after they beat Duke. Security would not let the 7-footer through. When a Houston rep came and vouched for him, security would not let him through.
Said, I don't care, man. He doesn't have the right credential. Oh, okay. You do know he's in the Basketball Hall of Fame, right? Played for the... Yeah, all right.
Whatever.
Miller and Moulton. Speaking of which, the Basketball Hall of Fame announced their incoming class over the weekend. Billy Donovan made it. Remember him? 2 natties, 4 Final Fours with the Gators. Of course, he helped take Providence there as a player in 87.
Would have been in a long time ago if he wouldn't have gone to the NBA.
You got that right. Also would have been in a long time ago if Westbrook and Durant hadn't choked away a 3-1 lead against the Warriors 8 years ago, but that's a whole other story. Good, the bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, all 25 minutes away.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm not. You have to ask David about the Hall of Fame's Irish football. I'm not a big Hall of Fame guy. I like the Pro Football Hall of Fame because I like the way that they do it. I mean, I didn't follow any of those women's careers. It's great that they get in, but okay, great.
I got three little things. Do you have anything?
Go right ahead. Do your three little things.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark Miller, so inspired by today being National Beer Day, he posted not one, not two, but three poll questions. Mark, what are they?
Well, they're all about beer. First one, it's National Beer Day. So beer. I love it. I like it. I don't like it. I love it, getting 57% of the vote. 9.5% of you don't like beer. Draft beer winning over bottled beer by mere percentage points. Canned beer bringing up the rear. That's poll question 2. And then IPA, lager, stout, or Pilsner. Lager and Pilsner running away with the lead. IPA in third, stout in last. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to vote.
Three quick things, if I may. First off, over the weekend, FGCU hired a new women's basketball coach, Rena Howard, or excuse me, I think it's Rena Howard. Hope I got her name right.
Me too. They were your three things.
Right. Rena Harmon, excuse me.
Oh.
Rena Harmon. I was going to say, I wrote her name down wrong. Rena Harmon. She was the number 2 assistant at Iowa who became the number 1 assistant, and FGCU got her. She's got a great rep. FGCU got a lot of good national press for this hire. And a certain women's basketball star, needless to say, was tweeting about it all day Saturday. Her name's Caitlin Clark. You may have heard of her. In which she said, awesome hire. I'm now an Eagles fan. Send me some merch. So
Hey,
yes.
Caitlin, send me some merch. You can afford to buy some merch, young lady. Holy cow. Me and Moulton over here not making squat. We can ask for the free merch. You know what? Do another State Farm commercial and pay for the merch. Holy Toledo, Caitlin.
Yeah, see, funny. I think the other way. I think if you could.
I know. You send
get it.
her.
I know.
I'm having a little fun.
So anyway, much like FGCU was posting, I know, not tweeting anymore, posting, I think it was yesterday, them boxing up stuff that they're sending to Caitlin Clark. Good for them. But listen, the new Colin Hargis, the AD, was kind of made to look bad there by Chelsea Lyles and did not come off looking good. And boy, did he make up for it, according to the people who cover women's college basketball on the national scene in a big way. So good luck to Rena Harmon and the FGCU women's program. Did you see who won on the Champions Tour yesterday?
No, I didn't, David. I know Eminez was in it when it started because I happened to be watching the early coverage on Golf Channel before I flipped over to NBC, but I did not stick with it.
Angel Cabrera.
Oh, look at that. Out of jail, winning tournaments.
Yes. And for those that don't know, the former Masters and U.S. Open champion served over 2 years in jail for domestic violence. Was released, I think, a year and a half ago, has not appeared at the Masters in 6 seasons and is going to Augusta and is doing so coming off of a win on the Champions Tour, beating KJ Choi and Retief Goosen over in Boca to win the Pro Football Hall of Fame Invitational. So there. And finally, Mark, you and I are not quick to fire people. Okay, we really want to give people mulligans if we can, maybe just suspend them for a short time. We really try not to fire them. Did you see what the Pirates did over the weekend?
Oh, boy. I did. Nothing like removing a sign honoring one of the greatest players and best humanitarians to ever play the sport to put up an ad for a spiked vodka drink.
So the Pirates took down, it was first noticed Friday, game 1 of their series against the Yankees. Took down the number 21 logo that was just next to the foul pole down the right field line of one Roberto Clemente. The right field wall is 21 feet high because Roberto Clemente wore number 21. They took down the logo, as Mark said, so that they could, sell a sponsorship. When people first questioned about them, they came out on Saturday and doubled down on the sponsorship. They said, we didn't have the Clemente thing up there until COVID. We came out of COVID, lost some sponsors, and so we put it up there for the last handful of years. But it was never our intention for it to be up there permanently. I think the team president's name is Travis Williams. Yeah. Yesterday, when he was throwing himself on the grenade, because when the Clemente family found out about it and then heard the Pirates' response on Saturday, they released a statement Saturday night which said, wow, a phone call even would have been nice. Just an explanation. This seems a little disrespectful.
David, the part of the quote that he doubled down on twice
on Saturday.
Yeah,
here we go.
This is ultimately on me, not anyone else in the organization. It was an honest mistake. And then he went on to apologize to the Clemente family and said again, we look forward to continuing our relationship with the Clemente family and apologize to them and our fans for our honest mistake. Honest mistake. Honest mistake. No, greedy mistake. It's not an honest mistake. You knew damn well what you were doing when you decided to take down the Clemente memorial, if you will, to put up a seltzer ad. It's not an honest mistake. It's greed.
You just said it the day before when you were rationalizing why we shouldn't be criticized for this. All right. It wasn't an honest mistake, like Mark said. No, this was greed. This was a seltzer ad meaning more to you than honoring Roberto Clemente. Down the right field line when he's arguably the greatest right fielder of all time. And he's certainly the greatest Pittsburgh Pirate player of all time. Yeah. Mark, I'd fire him. And it's already been a rough start to the Pirates. On the field, done a lot more losing than winning. The home series, planes flying over, sell the team. All right. President, Nuttig, manager, all booed lustily throughout the weekend.
Baseball attendance is flat year to year, but in Pittsburgh Cincinnati,
St.
Louis, and there's one other, and it escapes me, David, down big time of fans that have had it with their teams not spending money.
So, anyway, just wanted to bring up, Angel Cabrera going to be at the Masters, and he won. And it's the first time he's like really shown up since he went to jail and got out of jail. And then the whole Pirates Clemente thing. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. All coming up next. Thanks for listening.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Irish football. I mean, Bonds only played 7 years in Pittsburgh. I mean, the second best player is Stargell.
So I was out of control this weekend eating food.
Okay.
It was glorious. I have an ice cream problem. So this party that my wife threw, she bought a big cake for the girls.
Okay.
And then one of the moms brought at least 3 dozen cookies. And another mom brought 2 boxes of Haagen-Dazs ice cream sandwiches. We forgot to break the ice cream out. There are 24 sandwiches between the 2 boxes.
Oh, my goodness.
My wife has had 1. I don't know if there's more than 6 left. I had 7 yesterday.
Has your daughter had any?
Not a 1. She's not even aware they're there. Daughter loves the cake. Daughter's been going to the cake. Wife left yesterday. She got pissed at us. We did not get up. We went to really early church. I was up watching the damn Duke-Houston game. I did not want to get up. The daughter didn't want to get up. So the wife was pissed that we had a poor attitude at 6:30 in the morning on Sunday.
Huh.
To go to church. So we got back from church and she left for the day. She was done with the family.
Okay.
She was going to she had her tickets to the play at Barbara B. Mann. It was the Michael Jackson play. And she goes with my mom. She left at 10:30. She went to pick my mom up. They went and had breakfast. She was done with it. Then told us how mad she was at like 9:00 at night. Did not want anything to do with this yesterday.
Well, without you, we had a great day.
Daughter sat up in the room on her phone all day, and I sat and watched sports all day.
I was going to say. Anytime you want to put us in timeout again, let me know.
Yep, I was in timeout all day yesterday.
Oh, well.
That's the way I look at it.
Can't win them all.
I almost said, because she has trouble with the remotes and getting all the ESPN Plus on. And yesterday was, day 4 of the NCAA women's gymnastics regionals. And when she wanted it on, I wanted to look at her and said, maybe you need a little better attitude before I put it on for you. But I opted not to go with that.
You know what? That was probably keep it all on the inside. That was probably smart.
I mean, on Saturday, I gave her the gymnastics for the first 8 minutes of the hoop game that I'm watching without volume. I thought that was a hell of a sacrifice by me.
I agree. Especially since the gymnastics is only regionals.
Big upset. Sparty made the natty.
Really?
They beat out, I don't remember which SEC team they beat out, but because only 2 of each 4 go. They go from 8 to 4, 4 from 4 to 2 in each region. I'll try one, Feeney. I'm normally not an ice cream sandwich guy. I like good old-fashioned ice cream, but let's be honest, it was there and it was delicious. Did an extra 15 minutes on the treadmill yesterday for it. I'll do an extra 15 on the treadmill today for it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we've got David Sampson on the show tomorrow. We've got Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. And we'll obviously be looking back at the Natty on the show tomorrow, while also beginning to look ahead to the Masters.
Started flirting around looking at the Masters odds this morning during some commercial breaks, trying to see the long shot that I'm going to go for. And I looked at Shane Lowry, who's been playing really well this season at 40-1, and then looked at how he's played at Augusta and went, he ain't going to win. One top 5 finish is the best he's ever done at Augusta. So we'll get into the Masters tomorrow and look back on, see if the Gators or the Cougars get it done.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. Visit them online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton, get 10% off. Locations in Naples and Bonita Springs. For the good, we go across the pond, where a hawk was terrorizing an English village, blamed for an estimated 50 dive bomb attacks on locals, drawing blood in some cases. The Royal Mail said service had been interrupted due to the risk of the carriers. But the Harris hawk, native to North and South America, was finally captured by, wait for it, Steve Harris. Steve Harris, the 40-year-old, captured the hawk. He said it had been chasing around the village when I went for a run. It flew to the top of his shed. He had a cage, and he was brave enough to cage the bird. Way to go, Harris. For the bad, we go to Punta Gorda, where on Thursday, Cape Coral police attempted to pull over Janiyah Coleman, who had an active arrest warrant for failing to appear on drug trafficking charges. Instead of stopping, she pulled off and sped off, and officers lost sight of her. Shortly thereafter, FHP spotted her vehicle at a Wendy's in Punta Gorda. When she saw FHP, she took off again. They clocked her at doing $1.05 on I-75. The chase continued for 5 miles, where they used a pit maneuver to stop her car outside of Deep Creek Elementary School, where she was apprehended. And finally, the ugly. I have to be honest, I probably should have done this earlier, and you may know the story by now, and I try to get you more breaking news. But this is about Brock Horner, the 40-year-old charter captain in Punta Gorda. He was caught on video in a confrontation with another boat. That's when he boarded the other boat. He has been charged with burglary with assault or battery for jumping on the other boat. He is in jail in Charlotte County, and Punta Gorda Police Chief Pam Smith said via a news release, this type of behavior will not be tolerated on our waterways or anywhere else in our city. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know what? Today was a day when is what I'm supposed to be doing right now, and I just did the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yes, you did.
I did it in complete reverse order and didn't realize it until the end of the segment. That's on me. But that's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Huh. You want to try this again?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Oh,
wow.
Crap. What a miss by the host. I'm fired.
No. The Pirates president gets fired before you. I mean, come on now. I mean, you caught your mistake. You caught your mistake right away. You didn't pretend it didn't happen. You didn't double down on it and say, no, I got it right. I mean, no. The president of the Pirates gets fired.
All right. Lewis and Clark leave the Missouri River, beginning their journey to the Pacific Ocean today in 1805. 1818, the First Seminole War, as General Andrew Jackson conquers the Spanish fort of San Marcos in Spanish Florida during his pursuit of the Native American Seminole tribe. 1940, Jimmy Demerit wins his first of 3 Masters titles. 1951, Hogan wins his first of 2 Masters titles. 1963, 23-year-old Jack Nicklaus wins his first of 6 with a 3-foot par putt on the final hole to win 1 stroke ahead of Tony Lima. For all you Goodfellas fans, it was today in 68 that Henry Hill and Tommy D. Simone commit the Air France robbery, stealing $420,000 from the cargo terminal at what is now JFK. 1979, Ken Forsch no-hits the Braves pitching for the Astros, becoming with his brother Bob the only MLB siblings to accomplish the feat. 1984, Jack Morris no-hits the White Sox 4-0. Al Campanis resigns today in 1987 after making the racial remarks that he did on Nightline.
When he said that, well, Ted, let's face it, there are a lot of us in the sport that think that the blacks just lack the necessities to be managers and general managers. Mm-hmm. Okay, Al.
I do think that was a pretty big day, though. because I don't recall anybody being fired or forced to resign for saying stupid crap like that before that.
What year was that?
87, sorry.
Well, it was what, a year or two after Jimmy the Greek, who I thought got
what Jimmy the Greek said.
Yes, he
was
actually
an actual statement,
and he was actually praising the black athlete.
Right.
Okay. Now he had a little too much to drink,
which was normal for Jimmy the Greek's night,
and they took it out of context and presented it out of context. Okay.
I remember I had a history class at Michigan State. History of the Black American Worker. It was the last class I had at MSU. And the professor, who was a black man, started the class talking about that and said, what Jimmy the Greek Snyder said true? And most classes at Michigan, there wasn't a large African-American population like most universities. But that class had far more African-Americans in it than the normal class I was in. And I'm in the back of the class going, well, I think he's right, but I'm not going to jump up and say that. The professor goes, he was 100% right in what he said. And I remember that's how we started the class. I go, well, this could be an interesting class. This guy's not afraid to say things that others wouldn't. 2003, Syracuse beats Kansas for the Natty. Carmelo Anthony, as a freshman, named the most outstanding player. 2008, Kansas beats Memphis.
Mario Chalmers hitting the three to force overtime when Memphis didn't foul, and Calipari had told them to foul, and they didn't. And Chalmers got off the three and hit it, and then they won it in OT.
2014, UConn beats Kentucky for the Natty. 2018, Las Vegas loses their last regular season game, but sets an expansion team record with 51 victories. The previous record was 33, held by both Anaheim and the Florida Panthers. And in 2019, Dirk and Dwayne Wade play their final home games. They both won. Magic would quit as the Lakers' president of basketball operations, and the Rockets set a record with the most three-point field goals in a game, all happening basically on the final day of the season. Clark Gillies, Billie Holiday, James Gardner, and Wayne Rogers. That's Trapper John M. For those of you that watched Mass, all would have celebrated birthdays today. Francis Ford Coppola is 86. Jackie Chan and Tony Dorsett are 71. Buster Douglas is 65. Russell Crowe, 61. And the Barber twins, Rondé and Tiki, are each 50 years old today. We're in some kind of order, so do whatever you want now, David. You want to tell me what I missed? Great. You want to go to what's on tap? You can do it because I kind of botched this last segment.
We can do what's on tap. 11 baseball games today and tonight. There are only 3 matchups involving winning teams, for what it's worth. One of them's in Detroit. It's the only day game. Yankees at Tigers, weather permitting. Marlins, after getting rained out in Atlanta yesterday, they're in New York to face the Mets. And the only other matchup involving 2 winning teams is the Cubs hosting Texas. Texas off to an 8-2 start, and the Cubs are at 7-5. But 5 NHL games tonight. The headliner, probably Tampa Bay at the Rangers. Rangers clinging to playoff life, 6 points back of Montreal. Montreal has played one more game than them, but Tampa Bay is 4 points behind Toronto. They've played the same number of games. The Lightning trying to get it, so if they can get it to 2, they host Toronto before the regular season is over. They're also only 1 regulation win behind the Leafs. So, big game for both teams tonight. Both teams need a regulation win. 2 NBA games. Miami home for the Sixers. Pistons, who have clinched a playoff spot, who have also clinched a winning record after going 14-68 last year. Remarkable. They're home for Sacramento. And then obviously we got the Natty. 850. CBS. Gators a 1.5-point favorite on Houston. Over-unders 140.5. So give or take a half a point. It's basically Florida 71, Houston 70. Bet accordingly.
I'm going to stick with the Gators. Want to see, I think, as I said earlier, if the rebounding battle can be even, the Gators win. They have got to be able to hang with Houston on the boards. Houston is relentless on the offensive glass. If Florida can slow them down, Kelvin Sampson calls them dagger threes, getting those offensive rebounds for the kick out in a three. Florida has to be able to stop that tonight. Possessions will be lower because that's the style Houston likes to play. So the Gators have to be even with Houston on the glass. They can do that, they win. And I think they do.
The Cougars had 18 offensive rebounds in their win over Duke. 18. They were also plus 11 on the glass against Duke. You know, the big physical team. Plus 11 overall, 18 offensive rebounds, almost as many offensive rebounds as Duke had defensive rebounds. Mark, I'll say this. I think the Gators can lose the battle of the boards by 6 or less and still win.
You might be right. You might be right, but they just cannot allow Houston to dominate the offensive glass the way the Cougars did against Duke on Saturday. And I'd love to see the turnovers be somewhere around 12, not at 16. Can't think of an easy. You know, when I looked up you know how many fast break points were scored in the Houston Duke game?
I do.
0.
Mm-hmm.
0. Think about that. And you don't want to give Houston easy buckets. If you're turning it over and letting them have run out points, you can't allow that if you're Florida, because they're not going to let you do it. It's amazing they're that good at getting back on defense with the fact that they hit the offensive glass as hard as they do, David. It really is.
I will say Auburn did a great job against Florida also. The Gators had 4 fast break points in the game. Now, one of them was the steal by Martin and the breakaway Thunder dunk. That was spectacular. But I got Gators tonight. I got them 76-72.
68-65 Florida.
So
there you have it. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kerwin, David Sampson on the show tomorrow. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com to download it. Have a great Monday, everyone.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. a neighborly company.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton